Alright, I think we're good. That's up, and hello! Hello, everyone. My name's Caden, and welcome back to more Great Attorney Chronicles. Last time we were starting? Yeah, I think starting, why am I not remembering? I need to look at it. Oh yeah, we're in the middle of Trial 3. I don't know why I forgot for some reason. Ugh. Oh well, before I forget any more, let's hurry. Oh yeah, we just started the cross-examination of this, so let's see. As I said, let me first just reread all of this, just to... As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe!
But you can't get away from the fact that burnt-up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
This stupido Ragizos are mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Alright, let's go back to the beginning and do this properly now. Meanwhile, the child's just gonna stay silent, I guess. Whatever. Hold it! You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Senor... I might not notice if I was 100. I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. Would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Mr. Strade could have been sent for such a menial task.
What? Me? I'll tell you what I told boss. You think kids like me can only count to 2.
Someone get this child a better education, please.
Obviously that ain't true, but the boss spotted it and said it. He'd have to go himself in that case.
All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If it fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. He's not wrong. There's no news of anyone getting hurt. It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else? That must be Italian for I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons. I can't get into my voice for some reason. Maybe a different position. There we go. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with a magic gas I leave. Hydrogen. Lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord. I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas do not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons explode that day, I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? Hold it! I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues?
Nah, I'm not into picking stuff off the ground, me. Always works out way better. Diving into people's pockets instead.
So much for the new career path.
Mind you, the boss was on on his hands and knees, picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. The thing is, though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's when most of the investigating was going on.
Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence.
Court, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world.
Pardon?
Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I want to.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Come to think of it, there was a talk of some scorching on the ground at the meeting we had about the investigation.
Hold it! There was considerable damage to the stage and the surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, I remember there being like a... It looked like... It just looked... well... explosion debris.
Yeah, some of the cows what were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job, little contraption didn't keel over, huh?
I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions.
Like me swatting all his fish and chips, eh?
The man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. The scribe of balloon envelope means nothing. Hold it! All of them have the... You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of an argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the date in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights all over Hyde Park, operating before the Grey Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier dates. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. Wouldn't that make news, though? Like, wouldn't everyone would hear an explosion of any degree, I imagine, especially one from a big balloon like that. Not to mention, wouldn't people see it? You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente, as the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. Well, apparently this little ragazzo is very angry.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Master Gotts?
He's mad you haven't got your judgment or not.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something's very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia.
You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing.
I have a balloon.
If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, why didn't you say sooner? I have your photo.
Child. What do you mean you have a photograph? Good gracious! What?
I ain't not been up to Bloom for a little while, so I'm very excited. And I took lots and lots of photographs
Why didn't anyone notice this?
of the crystal towers of Bohemia, the streets of London, the hotel here, the balloon.
And the instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that?
Yeah, one picture.
Really? You did take one.
But I wanted to ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments.
Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph?
Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I'm not lying. I saw a green balloon.
Well, I can't really tell, but... Oh.
Well, I see you are too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Are you answerable? Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that. It was a green balloon from his photograph, but... But I have my phone is too impersonating camera.
That is one very bohemian sounding cry.
Yeah.
Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. I want to take another look at that because something really catches my eye. Shows another balloon that he claims was a green and exploded moments after. Yeah.
You have my fault. It's a volatile person who makes a camera.
It's okay, child. I think you may have just saved me, so thank you. This. Is there anything else? So. Oh yeah, and there's no one in this. So already, no one would care if, like, of course there would be no news about anyone getting killed if they fell from a balloon that exploded when no one's in the balloon to begin with. But furthermore, I think I might have just found out why we have a crossbow in here. Seems to be a setup in some way. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
Then I pressed the shutter release. There was a very loud bang. And a hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred.
Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. That picture is going to be what I need to show here, I imagine. All three balloons, if they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. I don't know, but this doesn't have people in it. Unfortunately, the photograph Mr. Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. Say, that you have a pleasure for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So, when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was all carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. Well, that I can actually believe.
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the great exhibition, and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the competition, they're trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because none of the experimental that went wrong on stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below.
Right. So, them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from stage at all. It was the bits of balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection! This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded.
But why are you just reading the paper?
Really? Have we really got the truth yet? No. I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell them? Is there nothing more we can learn from it?
There's a whole lot more. Does no one else see the very obvious, like, I don't know, beam of light? Or rather, arrow? There's a whole lot this tells us.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gods may well be hiding one more vital clue.
What's that?
About your clue?
Objection! We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for the definitives now, so tell the courts. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove?
The cause. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
That's right. Yeah, it's not my fault.
Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine had materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
And that actually leads to something else that I think is weird. One, if that were true... Actually, never mind.
What? It would appear that this photograph requires a closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of the alleged clue in the photograph of the court.
Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is...
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon.
Most likely a ray of light caught accidentally on film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort.
If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is.
Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning?
It could have been in a finer day.
I believe we may be looking at fire.
Fire! It's right, like an arrow! Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon? Objection! That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Well, actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen.
What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sakes, present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, and sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately...
Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
The explosion of the balloon. It was...
Very likely to resolve a flaming arrow from this crossbow, igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No! Order! Order!
Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
The noise of the discharge. Of course.
That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off on the exhibit grounds, it would have caused a real panic.
But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no?
I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection! Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nepalese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, it obviously would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... Well, wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or... what?
My goodness me.
Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along.
What? Did I hear that correctly, Counsel?
There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
This... Good grief! Objection! This is ludicrous. What you described is no science experiment. It's child's play. It's contemptible display of stage magic.
Thus, Mr. Shums and I said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such an apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Sure, number 3? All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Miss Asman. In the investigation, we had the whole mannequin thing. They used the mannequin of the, professor, or whatever they call him. And having this other man appear on stage to front the show. There's a body double! Yeah, of course. So, in fact, Mr. Osmond must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon from the start, right from the start.
Objection! That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have been embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio.
Juror number 4? Why am I getting helped by the jurors?
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns, so that would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible.
Thanks. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
Well, goodness me.
And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Ziek can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain's a suspect now. What? What? Mr. Naruto, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Oh, for the love... No! Come on, dude.
What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain?
He's gonna confess so he can... I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odiasman.
Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing?
Order! 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 Defendant, explain the sudden confession.
Objection.
This guy's insane. Don't listen to him. Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about?
It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it's all trick, an elaborate prank, but what's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it. Then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean the indignity of it.
It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can
Barrack.
Yes?
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice at this crucial juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for the Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth.
Of course this is his aim.
However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved.
Well, Counsel, what's the defense's official position on this matter? What Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence? Or do I uphold my client's request but seem condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust.
You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind?
Mr. Naruto, there's no escape here. I have to make a choice, but it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact I want the truth. No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Oh! Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Sato-san! But what are you... Ow. My first Suso takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate at the task at hand. Which is working out not what I had to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrain.
Yes.
Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too.
Yes, of course.
And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. What?
So, you finally opened your eyes.
What?
And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Barrick. Over in Zeke's? Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing, something I remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
Oh. I beg your pardon.
Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and wider than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me too, a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help us to identify the man. You see, I know him very well. Oh, after all, he's the engineer who built my invention. Ah, here we go. What? He built the machine. That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of, Enoch Drebber.
Enoch Drebber! Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. That man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either.
Who on earth is he?
I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in the scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk about the flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, Rascal is after the government research grant money.
When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhanded tricks. Some acquaintances of mine with experience in such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before.
The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you.
So we need to find this guy. In that case, we can't continue the trial, can we? So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion? Considering what we've heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but
at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, then a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means to fraudulently acquiring the research grant money.
When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Mr. Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act?
Yes. Please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zieks, my lord, the court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him to serve with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, the score is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Bye, everybody. I'm not leaving yet. What do you got?
Enoch Drebber. So we're looking for a very thin man with long hair and a monocle. And white hair, I think is what he said. Albert. By the way, Albert, I'm very sorry for you. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Whoa, how did I ever come to this? I'm so sorry.
Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean. About what he was really constructing.
Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis. All of my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it.
Alright. In that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So, we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. The good thing is we now have your glasses keep falling.
Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
The good thing is we can actually look at his machine. By the way, hi!
I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo.
Arriving late?
Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive.
Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Reno, so it would be a surprise. Well, did it work?
I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out.
Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future.
Susie's train was late into London, Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while. But in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself.
Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Oh,
Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London.
oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruto. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you.
Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at the home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion.
Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait.
It's good to have you back, Susato. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Back to the investigation. So it seems like we have two main goals. The one the judge gave us, getting evidence that proves Hairbrain is not guilty. But also importantly is finding the Enoch Drebber. Which I assume is not going to be an easy task, considering they said he's like a trickster of some kind.
Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar.
I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been 6 months, it's true.
So, is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? My father?
Yeah, Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was half a year ago, but that's why he went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received when saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that.
Well, we're all delighted to have you back.
It's quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't fulfilled my promise to you yet, Iris. Oh,
You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can. You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see.
It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas.
It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death.
Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death, too, if you ask me.
Oh well. Perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later.
Stuff.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruto.
Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors, but it is Susato-san's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do.
I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose it's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London.
Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go along wonderfully.
Oh, Mr. Naruto. You would, wouldn't you?
That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason.
Happy.
Shovel. Spade. Thinking back, that spade's been here since we first moved in, hasn't it?
I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruto. It's not a spade. It's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. As for scooping up loose... Wait, did we swap? I swear you said before it was a spade and I said it was a shovel. Did we swap, Susato?
No, spades are for digging. As for scooping up loose material, it's a shovel.
The great spade shovel war rages on.
I see your Daruma still has only one eye filled in.
Well, we agreed that's something we'd do together, didn't we? We could do it right now if you'd like. I'd be happy with that.
I'd rather like the anticipation, I think, Miss Naruhodo.
What? You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always.
You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses.
Mrs. Sato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences.
In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed.
Still can't beat her in that argument, even if I'm the lawyer here. Oh, hi, child. Your room is through there. Your room through there should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited.
Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room.
No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then.
I'm so pleased to see all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium.
Yeah, the prawns are still swimming, and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now.
I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker.
I left your desk completely untouched, Mrs. Sato, so it'd be ready for you whenever you return.
It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruhodo. What are next?
Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I?
It really is exactly as it was as when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too.
Well, that's how it should be after all.
Oh dear. I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming.
Hello, child.
It's about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Shumps forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie?
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it.
Yeah, for some reason she knew the title.
And you wouldn't tell me. How could you come to know it? Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain it one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry that I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris.
The Hound of the Baskervilles.
It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles.
What? Why did Miko... Well, so Miko Toba had this. Professor Miko Toba. Why did Miko Toba have this Hound of the Baskervilles story? What?
My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Sorry, gotta get comfy. Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at the papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry? forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Seems a lot of people start getting scared when this Hound of the Baskerville story gets told. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed. That was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Shum's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you.
Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
Still, that's weird. Why on earth was Mikotoba in possession of it? Back in Britain. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh, yeah, for the murder of Josiah Brett.
Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie?
Oh, well, yes.
Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Bruno?
Yeah, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you about, Mrs. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter that it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be, then? So, Mikotoba knows about this Baskerville story, then? Or at least what the true meaning behind it is.
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years.
Strange. So...
I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it is, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie.
That's a very meaningful look Susa's given Iris there. The Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan. My father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensics medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? Judge, you said?
Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder.
Ah, yeah, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life.
Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain, too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead.
Yeah, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech about all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it.
How trying for you.
Josiah Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yeah, Josiah Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Josiah Brett didn't actually exist.
Oh. Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a false name then.
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't...
Shin. So that was the last name that was on that card at the ending of the first game. There were 4 names. There's Kei Asogi. There was T. Gregson. There's A. Shin. So that's her. It has to be. I'm assuming. Or maybe a relative. The point is, last name. And then it was, Wilson, or whatever.
And she wasn't visiting soon either. That was a front.
A front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss Asian.
Yep, there it is.
Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could that woman have been up to?
I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
Gregson Kazuma. Asian and Wilson. Why were those 4 names at the end of the first game? Weird. And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence will remain unanswered.
I'm afraid so.
Asian. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? What about Kazuma?
After my friend and Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. That visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at that time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
What did you learn?
After he died on this voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been.
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
Well, I think I have an idea where it is now. What? Kazuma's body vanished.
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Miko Toba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the... Hold on. Sorry about that. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Yeah? Could it be that he's actually still... Stop it, Mr. Naruto. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruto. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yeah. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants me to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out to not be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Mr. Sato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's the Sato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. So, Mr. Naruto, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. How have you gotten that information? And Iris has told me all about the disturbing happenings of the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're full abreast of the situation then already, Mr. Sato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first protocol should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber. The engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yeah, a conjurer of sorts by the sounds of it. Well known in the fields of science and magic. And we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man.
Sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down then. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today.
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. So let me know how you got on, won't you?
Bye. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Please. Let me go. Let me go. I actually want to go to Madame Tuspel's first. I want to see if Sholmes here. Sholmes, are you still being a statue? Oh my. No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but... there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Are we sure he's here? Let me examine. I swear. Okay, he's not. Okay. I really thought I was gonna see him there. Well, in that case, let's head out. come back here later. I guess let's go check in with the police first. And my internet could also be checked. Internet could also equally been checked. Live, it's just a graph that goes up and down and up and down and up and down. Or, in the terms of numbers, from 6,000 to 0, to 1,000 to 10,000 to 20,000. I don't understand how that works, but sure. Oh well. Anyways.
Oh, you little puppy.
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds at this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. Hey, y'all. I have a feeling any lot would show your mugs before long.
Oh, yeah. I have a feeling to show you mugs before long. Oh, Inspector Gregson. See you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi! Get over here, Gina.
She playing with your puppy.
She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving a traditional East End training.
Gina? She's a police officer now.
Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. All in the right place, anyway. She's got a detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? Really? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no, really?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Well, not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way you don't work, sunshine. Sunshine. Now don't get poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what would become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping in her hands into people's pockets and purses.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Yeah. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I'll never mention any of this to Gina. So don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. My internet. Up, and it's at 0. Bruh. The internet do be going funky. No, of course not. I've got to keep that Dobbin Diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least.
Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again?
She heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Oh.
Alright, you're the boss. Inspector Lestraw is in charge here now.
I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
You will, baby. No. Hey, great. Toby's the name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yeah, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Crystal Tower.
Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes.
You've really been looking forward to the Great Exhibition, haven't you, Mrs. Sato?
Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. That's broken.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly.
Here's the scorching on the ground.
Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yeah, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident.
Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ow. I'm a bad person. Let's check up BFS.
What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that.
Yeah, unfortunately the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis.
But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time birdcages will rain down on all of you.
Your faith is much stronger than I realized.
Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. Pick a god and pray.
Oh look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before.
I can't understand how they can fly. And so high up as well.
Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruto. You must be able to see for miles and miles.
Hi, SCT, how's it going? And... I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't imagine doing anything. The closest I've been, like, obviously airplanes, but... yeah. Actually, I have ridden in a helicopter now I think about it. I forgot about that for some reason. That was actually really fun.
I'm sure they're perfectly safe after all. They've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world.
Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded.
I'm sure there are other ways to fly.
Yeah, let's just go with that. What was it like in a helicopter? It was really cool. It was when it was a long time ago when I was in Hawaii. My family, we had like a vacation in Hawaii. And it was really cool. It was just me, my dad, and my brother, and then obviously the helicopter pilot or whatever. And I think like some photographer as well. It was really cool. I was terrified at first though. But once we actually got into the air, I loved it. Might have helped though that I was like... The thing with that helicopter is that the doors were open, but you're very secure. Like, you have like a bunch of stuff strapping you in, and you can feel that you're not moving. But I was also especially secure because I was right between my dad and the helicopter pilot, so... I felt completely safe as well. It was really pretty though as well. And the lag is also not pretty though. I'd probably do it again though. If given the chance. Anyways, Gina. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Oh, hi, Overzealous. How's it going? Good and good. Hope you're doing good.
Alright, it's around. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
You will probably. I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Ah, yes, Toby. Never been on a flying thing, never had a chance. Yeah. Again, I did feel safe in the helicopter, but I still think I guess I'm scared of heights if I don't feel secure. Like if I'm in like an airplane traveling, or like how I was in the helicopter, like strapped in, I feel fine because I know it's safe. But looking down from like a high place, like if I like had to do like a jump into water, that would terrify me. Because I don't feel safe. The best kind of example is like a zip line, I remember. There was like this one time when there was like a smaller kind of zip line on like a cruise ship or whatever that would just go above like a little like... It was like on the top, like on the deck of the cruise, and then it just like what the zip line just went over like the like this like how do I explain it? It's like it's above like the main area below. Basically, there's a giant hole underneath that you see to the like main area or whatever. Anyways, point is, I tried that and I was horrified from the zip line because in that case, all I feel that's keeping me safe is a tiny line. I understand it's a strong tiny line, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm being attached by a tiny line to life or death.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of these stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh! It's like a Tododo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed to go near that wreck. What's it called again? A reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The special
Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something?
The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, but to be truthful with you, you're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord
Strongheart.
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps? That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time of something.
So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can investigate on the stage. Well, nowhere to go next after this. What about today's trial?
It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying, and I'm about to be found out.
True. You went from being the accused and a pickpocket to being detective. Good for you.
You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you?
That too. Perjury.
Yeah, and those made some things off me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. You wanna know what's not fun, though? Your internet.
Internet going up and down and up and down and...
It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor as dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Arho's client.
Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. The man tried to say he's guilty twice now.
It's the boss I feel sorry for. sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest the other cove, ain't he? Out in time for trial and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber?
That's the one. I'm noticing a trend here.
So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be.
It's putting too much on the boss if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache.
Are you sure he's not getting a gut ache from all the fish and chips? Well, thank you, Susato, for saying what I was... Whatever. Hold on.
Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. What is going on with the connection? Shouldn't be doing that.
Engineers whereabouts. Before we talk about that, Bruh, hold on a sec. Let me see if this can be waited out for a little bit. Jeez, oh Pete's. Again, I don't know what's really causing it, because everything else works fine. Like, all internet and all that seems to be working fine. It's just the bitrate likes to go funny for whatever reason. Oh. How about your dog? Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, Otto.
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
Ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... I put it. Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
Sorry?
I'll get him proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby, you.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? I believe it.
Oh, so he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruit dogs now?
I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have wonderful sense of smell after all.
I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't.
That's nothing compared to this little fellow, Odo.
Oh, really?
Call on what boss said.
Why are you holding the dog like a gun?
Once Toby has got a good whiff of your draws, he can chase us into the other side of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Why is that the concern here?
Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point. By a rather wide margin.
I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. It can swim.
I'm telling you, Naruto, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days, they'll be barking orders at us. Lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, what do you think about that? Toby is the Britain's first police dog. I found him down in the East the other day. Someone just chucked him out on the street.
Aww. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. She did not... Okay, she technically lifted him, yes, but this is an okay type of lifting. Little doggy doing little doggy pattern.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
What about the engineer's whereabouts? So, Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck.
He's really funny looking. Got 2 eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry? Who?
You know, that Scotland Reaper's that's always glugging down glasses of that blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always out in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, man. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both.
I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
One's got an alcohol addiction, one's got a fried food addiction. Pick your poison.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so it's stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. Well, right now, I think I need to go get some permission from Lord Strongheart so I can explore the scene more. Oh, who are you? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Hi.
Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success in this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now the politicians are scrambling to respond.
Listen, I'm just trying to do my job here.
Lord Van Zieks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with the scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it?
Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you.
Who are you?
Bye.
Who was that?
That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Ah, right.
Now, what were you here to see me for? See me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Forensic investigation team. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? She's not gonna be... I'm sure she's not gonna come back.
The British Police... The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it is imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. The London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell.
That's a bit much.
I intend to see it personally. I will kill them all. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba...
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Interesting. Before we continue with that topic, what about Lord Van Zeeks? I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zeeks, was murdered, it was just after young Barrick had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrick Von Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word.
So Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. Hold on a sec. The word and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba had studied forensics at one of London's largest hospitals, St. Sinner's, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens.
Then, Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Let's leave it at that. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, a special dispensation legally preventing the investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing.
And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. You were late for your last engagement, like, by what? 4 or 11 hours or something, you said? I don't know if lateness concerns you, truly.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you're so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. But... well... new location added. Ah, the forensics lab. First, I feel like it's important to go check out the scene now. Go back up. The stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it?
About the 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters if you prefer. Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt.
Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruto.
That is neither here nor there. Also, that was the wrong thing to click.
Oi! That's off limits of there! Try to sneak past me again, and I'll stuff your gob full of the boss's fish and chips.
Yes, please. I love fish and chips. I suppose we need special permission. We do. Wait, what? Oh, thank you. I was gonna say, we have permission. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
Dog, I'm gonna be playing with a new friend here.
Ah, yes, Toby.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near the wreckage. What's it called again?
A special... Yeah, we already read this, didn't we? I swear we did. Friend sick. That's the one. That's the one. Been lifted. Still supposed to get permission. Strong heart. Watching.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Co's office and came back sniveling.
Tragic. I feel bad for Gregson.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah.
Honestly. Listen, I saved your life once. You can do me this. One little favor, please.
Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So you're still saying all this above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then.
Them's the stairs. Off you go.
Oh, thank you, Gina.
Alright, finally we can go up. You have the experimentation. Yep. Here we go.
Oh my, so this is a machine. I was used to see people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yeah, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrine went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You never see such grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh look, is that
Oh, hey, Barrett.
Lord Van Zeeks?
What are you doing here? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember. We do well to keep our distance, I think.
We have permission to be here. From on top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have been her steel will. Oh, that's just solid for you.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
Surprising that only one person died.
And what they call
a birdcage was right in the middle of it all just here.
But look, Mr. Naruto. that mill grill on the floor. It looks as though it's designed to open.
Oh. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different machine architecture from all corners of the world.
It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rarely caught my attention, personally.
It is very unusual. Subjective, sorry. I don't know why I said unusual. It is very subjective, isn't it?
Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. And I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel.
Oh yes, I do agree with you there.
But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions, but...
Really don't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo.
Was this here? But I don't remember the birdcage being here before. Why is it here? This wasn't... Yeah, thank you. This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed.
I mean, there's a little bit of break.
What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. Why?
But sadly not with the body still inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. I am picking up the entire birdcage. The wooden cage that was used for Professor Harebrain's experiment. This cage with the victim inside crashed down into the crystal tower.
I heard that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing for among young London couples.
I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally, but then again, I'm not a Londoner.
Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo?
It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer.
Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany on it in that case.
When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try.
Oh dear. It is complicated for you, isn't it?
Hi there. Well, first, before I check you out, I want to check out the cage. Anything special about it? Ah, look here, Mr. Sato.
Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. So it's because it fell from such a height.
Yeah, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. So it's cracked. So looking at how this is made, it looks like this is where you rest your head, like right here, and like it crashed right here. Like the signs of the where it fell is right here. Thing is, go to the autopsy report, and it says as broken vertebrae, most likely result from impact after a sudden fall from a considerable height. So we got a broken neck, and yet it's the bottom that's broken. I mean, I guess the force of it could shake you hard enough, but at the same time, I feel like your legs would suffer more damage than your head in that case. I don't know. That seems weird to me. Alright, let's not be around the bush anymore. Least approachable man in the world winner. 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zeeks?
What?
Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?
I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read those signs.
Oh, I read them.
So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Yeah, well, the thing is,
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business, then.
come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not the least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this.
Ask away, Mr. Naruto. You won't know unless you try it.
Let's start with not the worst topic. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier.
Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So, I was just wondering. I mean, I realize it's possibly not possible. It's probably not possible, but
We very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
wow, Suzawa-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago.
Oh,
Though it appears that he already had the black monocle at the time. What?
oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
Because you hate me? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. It's hard to make it out, but he appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Now, let's deal with the heavy topic. So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks.
You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean? Is something funny?
That's the extent of what you discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it.
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
You're too kind! Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next?
So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tussbill's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn.
Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, our particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork. Which... Wait. You mean...
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet. Oh, hey, it's your friend. Your apprentice.
Viola requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
I know who you think it is. Just, are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruto?
Lord Van Zeke's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susao-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
Hey, wait. Nope.
Kazuma-sama!
Kazuma? I don't believe it.
Your posture, your presence. It can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? I have your sword. Hey! Wait! Too late.
What's going on here?
Yeah, we should probably discuss that with you. Your apprentice might be our friend.
What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well,
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
But he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia.
Tomorrow, he will appear in court at my side.
What? Oh, so you get your own judicial assistant.
He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us.
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susao-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Well, on the bright side, he's alive.
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruto?
Yeah, yesterday, in fact. At Lord Van Zeke's office.
I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. We're gonna need to speak to him about that. Well. Why does he have amnesia? I think that's actually a, in the first game, the reason we thought he was killed is because he he had, like, head trauma. The reason that he was thought to be killed was head trauma. It seems it didn't kill him, but instead just made him forget everything.
You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you are here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affair problems.
Well, we could do without that. Alright, well, we'll be on our way then. Let's go, Mrs. Sato.
Of course. Hi.
Well, in that case, I want to go see Shums. Is Shums at Madame Tuspel's yet? No? Okay. How about the forensics laboratory? This is a room. I believe this is it. Dr. Seitz's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mr. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Let's see, anything in here of interest? The skeleton? Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they?
Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mrs. Sato, can't you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? That's how I cope.
I'll be sure to remember that from now on.
Hello, owl friend.
That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
I was afraid you were gonna say that. I'm trying very hard to tell myself that they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like that, like your Daruma doll, on display in the office instead.
Cope. Table. I'm actually surprised I can't inspect this. Look at all these weapons. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air?
You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in here.
Oh, yes. And they actually say salt and pepper on them.
Why are you kidding?
The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Ooh, jars. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums that we make back home.
Father had jars like this in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition.
Miss Usato, there are some things in the world that's perfectly fine to never know about. Ever.
Oh.
So, as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they?
Of course. I suppose this is Dr. Seitz's desk.
I would not like to work in a place like this.
It's very tidy, though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work.
The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves.
Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. Book. Look at this big, thick book here.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of forensic investigation team spendings, I think.
Oh? What is it?
It's clear the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
What? 500? You must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too.
It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month? What could they possibly be using all them for? Weird. Is this... It's probably gonna be that woman.
What are you doing?
Sorry, we, had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so...
So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want?
Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean.
So I came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, I must leave immediately. You must leave immediately.
Very, very well. What are your findings? Also, nice theme. Nice snake hand thing, too.
So, you want to know what the forensics investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later, partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same. That is the team's conclusion.
So there's still... Everyone's under the impression, like, the prosecution, and now the coroner are under the impression that the, teleportation machine was a success, but Sholmes and Ira say that it's literally impossible. So why is everyone that we're against choosing the hard option?
But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it's...
Sorry about that.
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true. But sadly in this instance, that was not the case.
Phone jump scare. Yeah. Forgot I had that alarm. It's for nothing important. Just something that I remind myself to do every now and then, but it's nothing.
The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident.
Ah, fingerprints!
They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day, they will be used as an investigative aid, as a matter of course. Oh my, that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other.
This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery.
Weird. Hi.
Mama, what is this?
Where'd she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama?
This is a lawyer, dear. Oh.
Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Nara...
Mama?
Yes?
Can I cut this one?
Okay. Stay away from the child. What?
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring.
I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear, Mr. Naruto, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. I'm out of here. Sholmes, where are you? Actually, I haven't checked Hairbrain himself yet. What are you doing? I hope the guards are okay with this, Hairbrain. Because, I'm not defending you on this. What's he doing?
He's... oh my, the whole wall of the cell's covered in mathematical equations. He's still writing more now.
Professor, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Mr. Naruto. And who is this young lady? My name is Susami Kotoba. I'm Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened.
No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning.
No. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clod. Professor Hairbrain? What have you been working on in your cell? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand.
Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis then?
Ah, no, actually, this is my autobiography.
Huh? I don't speak math.
Your autobiography?
How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain.
I found I could represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see.
So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth and odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little bit more about the case?
Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers.
I was diddled, I was fiddled, by the pair of them! By Asmin, and by that aloof engineer, Drebber.
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? My brain. Oh, Albert, yeah. Grand dream, but, unfortunately, very sabotaged dream. Actually, I want to see something. Do you have any reaction to this? Hairbrain, what do you make of this?
Oh yes, this is what we need to prove my hypothesis. A picture. Then take it away. I don't want to be bothered with anything.
Alright, keep your abundant hair on. Alright, never mind then. This morning's trial.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asmin, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There really was no other option.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there's nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
I don't think you're really that much to blame. You honestly thought you were doing a good thing. You just got sabotaged real badly. The question is why, though?
Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know? Barrick did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No, Barrick wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
That's the thing that confused me. You and Barrick are college friends, so I don't think you're lying. Did he?
I think I understand now. Why it was that you decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean.
Oh? What are we talking about here?
After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barrick, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. In that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barrick insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why...
I know him very well indeed. He's extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Strange. How about Mr. Asman?
Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm trying to think of this. Like, what's exactly the goal here from murdering Asman? It seems as though Asman and Drebber were trying to sabotage Hairbrain, or at least, like, do something to get the grant money. But now, Asman's dead. So, is Asman dead for the reason being of, maybe Drebber wanted all the cash for himself? I mean, again, maybe he thought he could get away with it. To be fair, we haven't seen him at all yet, so... weird. I'm sorry to say that does seem likely, yes.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so sympathetic.
But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it, it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer.
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
The problem is we can't find him. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to me in my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist.
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see. It's just that he uses them for underhanded purposes.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
Hey, Hairbrain, where is this? Why didn't you mention this before?
And at Drebber's workshop! There's every chance we might find the man there!
So you've been to Drebber's place of work, then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct a kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this.
But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all.
I'm so sorry.
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
Okay, I'm not gonna question that. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible. The pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead.
What do you think, Mr. Sato? You the machine for your next birthday?
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that.
Fair enough.
I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop address, Professor? You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example.
The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure he would never have...
Aha! Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once! It's here. Look! What? Let me see that.
Throw etiquette to the wind, and why don't you?
Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
No... Oh well, can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. I wonder... I might have an idea of how to use this. But first, I want to check something. Well, sure, I'll save. I didn't mean to save, but sure. Alright. Court record. Oh! This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps Simp's machine oil.
Yes, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? Said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Ah! Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry. I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount there. I have an idea. But first, one more time, I want to check. Shums. Oh, for the love of it. Alright, fine. Let's do the actual thing, then. First off, experimentation stage. Hey, Ginny. Can I ask you something about a dog? About this, Gina.
Yeah, still learning me letters at the moment. I don't know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important.
Eh?
How come?
It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all.
Turns out this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing.
No, we don't mean you should smell it.
Oh, right. You mean Toby?
Send the dog. Since it smells so good, he can track people over the oceans. Can't he?
Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
Dog gun. I think he's picked up a scent.
So you mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toy could lead us to Dodgy Cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
What? Wait, when did you...
Once a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone into that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson.
Right then, Odo. Leave it to me.
Sorry?
We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here and all that, all time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. Ain't gonna be me what gets in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson.
Again.
Oh, Gregson.
Ready, Toby? Got that also, have you? Come on then, boy. See you later.
Attack dog.
I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop.
Yeah, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point?
Yes.
We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yeah, it's quite possible he might know something useful. Alright. Yeah, I'll find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture.
Let's go meet Statue Sholmes. Alright, Sholmes, where are you?
Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course.
Susawa-san really is something after something sweet today, isn't she?
Ah!
What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruto, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
There he is.
It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail.
Aha!
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Oh, hi there.
Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh, yes, hello again. It's Rinosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He's a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow. Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties? Hello. Do not disturb, huh?
Bye. Poor Susawa-san. She looks very perplexed. Are we just gonna... Game, look at Sholmes.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he?
Oh, for the... Yes. She'll never find me. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh. Will you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. The world-famous great detective in waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes himself. Now she saw son. Okay. That didn't go quite as planned. My most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity. You understand, though, the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was easy as proverbial pie. Though, I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food of so far today, if that matter. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So, how'd you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms. In the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear that the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel at all cost. I used up all her money. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. Why is everyone just getting poor? Now then, do I sense you have some business with this great waxwork? I do indeed. Enoch Drebber. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh.
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain, and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer? Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before this trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yeah, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it, and probably eat it too. You need it explained, boy. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then,
let's unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that was a murder. And you examined Cosmo-sama's body.
Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Cosmo-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes,
Did no one bother to check his pulse?
that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere at the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe the crewman present at the time would made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Well, you need evidence. You need something to prove the man, like a... You don't need... Whatever. Look at this. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber. The face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
Strange. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Would you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yeah, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, might I add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone...
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point.
Very well. It couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Meanwhile, I will teleport. Whoop.
Well, the money's been spent, so... Let's go and see the special exhibit.
Well, Professor time. Through those heavy curtains at last. Oh. I have to do it myself? Okay, game. 5 shillings we had to pay? It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Shump slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Bren great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving prosecutors. Inspectors.
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think.
He still has an anomaly, but he still has some kind of anomaly with him with his chips. So, I'm not... He's still suspicious, honestly, in that case. Huh. I didn't know the man was headless.
Oh, dear. I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as I walked in here.
Mrs. Sato? I say we turn our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already.
True. Actually, now I'm looking at it a little bit more closely. Where's his head? We paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said was largely solved.
So the head's gone.
What?
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do the 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susao-san's voice tremble? Out. Hi there.
This must be the killer. The fiend knows the professor.
Yeah, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in the place.
Oh, I know. It looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only I had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
So this is a condemned man.
Yeah, this so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying thoughts, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see?
Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absentmindedly forgot to reattach it?
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Perhaps the thief absentmindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned to the museum.
And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason. It means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. Looks like a piece of... Oh! Wait. Okay. I think this confirms without a doubt where this was. This means it had to have been here. Here's the glass from the... So this is the... So the mannequin had to have been in the hot air balloon. But that means... Then where did Asmund die? Actually, they did mention earlier that the thing could have opened. Is it inside the tower? Or can we like look inside the tower that the experiment thing is on and see if there's like an area where like there's blood or anything? I don't know.
It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say.
Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength?
But why?
Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example.
Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too.
You don't mean...
Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
But why would the glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside the waxwork's jacket?
Makes you think, doesn't it? Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Absolutely not. Anything else about the guy? No? Let me take a look at that glass shard again. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it before.
If you're to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin.
There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruto, but yes, you well know.
Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely?
Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure.
Well, this means the corpse had to have been there. Or, no, not the corpse, the, mannequin. What about you, sir?
It's part of the exhibit. It's just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look.
Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Camera. What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be lens enamel, so... I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera? But it's so small! British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Shum's skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Shum's inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film.
We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think.
Okay.
By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
That's a photographic plate.
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
You see yourself, Susato. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Anything else? Hand?
What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night?
Mr. Zato?
Yes?
That's a spade. Can we not... Whatever.
No, it's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. I should have known this was freaking comic. Whatever.
You went through this, Mr. Naruto. It's a shovel.
No. Although, we haven't considered trowel.
We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I fear. Perhaps we could concentrate on what the man was doing with this implement.
So we're going to bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Grave robbing? Can I look at his face? Doesn't allow me to very easily look at his face. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just...
Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibit? It's Mr. Naruto.
I'll put it back where it was, don't worry. Hey, Black Monocle. Oh.
Where on earth? How can...
I don't believe it. A Black Monocle.
Mr. Naruto, is it possible this man is...
Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. Though, I don't think we've seen... He looks a lot different here.
The color of his hair is different, but...
It's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Oh, hi. Mr. Shums. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does this convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then, the case itself isn't solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head, tout dessous, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. She's going to kill me. Very hungry Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. My mistake, I didn't mean that Madame Tusple will kill me, Iris will probably kill me. Ugh.
Do you know, though, something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Yeah, that's kind of what I realized when I saw the monocle and all that for some reason. It's like, So, did someone see a body? Was someone buried alive? Or no, the professor would be buried alive. Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it?
I think it's time I educate you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Oh boy. The resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. That's terrifying.
An enormous hound. How awful.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. Closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity... As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh.
The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life. Why is it... this is the second time now that someone's come back to life. Huh? Actually, no, it's the third time, because Kazuma. First it was Shamspear, then it was Kazuma, and now we're learning the professor. He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness. But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than... the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been injured and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. If we're to believe the case was, they said 10 years ago for the... So he's 30 years now, I guess. Enoch Drebber, I mean. Because I think they said the case was 10 years ago.
It's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yeah, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place.
I mean, judging by the shovel, I would just assume he's grave robbing.
In a lowly graveyard in the middle of the night.
Again, grave robbing. Yes, what was he up to? The professor's acts of terror threw London and its upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before or systematically employed a dog as a murder weapon. Yeah, I can imagine that the impact of the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by that? By no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No. But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police in the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life, that's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. He probably saw something that, I don't know. Maybe he saw something, maybe he's not lying, but is instead mistaken? Oh, hi, Gina. What are you doing here?
Oh, bleeding Nora! What have you gone done?
Gina, what are you doing here?
I saw her, and she said this is where you've been, so I got the gun, and... So, Gina, not so loud in the museum.
Madam Cesspitals will have to take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful.
I think there may be more pressing concern.
I still have some flash power left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun.
Why do you still have that?
Sorry, I got scared.
You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! We found that Dodgy Cove's workshop.
What? You found Drebber's workshop? Oh, you go where your baby.
Yep, Toby's nose took me straight right there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag. So come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it down. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once.
Actually, we won't, because I want to check something. I never checked this. Huh. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Why is there blood in this thing?
What a wonderful machine.
You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Why would there be blood on it? I got nothing.
Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells me tells the time by rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch.
Poor Professor How many times am I gonna say this? Can we... Why is there blood on this?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the bellows, just here, there appears to be some very dark red stains.
Yeah, you're right. Looks like blood, actually.
Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Why would there be blood? Oh look, the cover came open.
Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
Is something wrong?
There's no plate. It's been removed.
Ah, what pity. I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time. Just the waxwork isn't actually the actual person. So we never found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right.
Poor Susato-san.
I don't... This has to be real, though. Because the bloodstain.
Unless Madame Tussbles is that dedicated.
Alright then, see you there.
Why are you depressed again? You go, don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I have no eyes anymore. I don't need them. I know my place in the exhibit over there.
Oh dear, someone's feeling sorry for himself.
Sir, can you put back your eyes? Let's go, Mr. Shums. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Mom would have me pay monetary recompense and Iris's dinner plate.
Forget that. I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once.
No offer to share the cost from Mr. Shums, then.
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Right, let's go. Whoa. Huh. Oh, this is cool. That looks like...
Oh, it's our super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally.
So you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place. In such little time. You've really worked miracles.
It's Toby who's a miracle worker.
Good boy.
I thought you lot would show up before long.
Hey, hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips.
So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place, and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're open to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way as we speak.
Them again.
I imagine you got the hitch by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right.
So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance.
And you, Sholmes? Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Why, I've lost my eyes again. Right then, let's see if we can find Mr. Shom's eyes. This thing sticks out to me for some reason. Ah, this appears to be the most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulder a few times with that, your aching pains would soon be gone. What kind of back scratchers does Naruhodo use? I'm curious. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist would wish for no higher honor. Ah! Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine. Thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruto? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not gonna let that go, is he? He probably shouldn't.
I'm curious though, isn't it? It's curious though, isn't it? You'd expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside.
English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
Royal Society Trophy for Excellence in Science that was found in Mr. Drebber's workshop is a very prestigious award for a young scientist. Allow me to look at that. There's a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery.
It seems rather ironic, doesn't it?
But clearly, Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Anything? Guess not. A shame.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto, that machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government.
Well, it doesn't matter to Shums, I guess. Or Gina. Or Inspector Gregson.
Why am I the only one not allowed to touch it?
Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
Loads of change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even above Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. Well, we found our crossbow bolts. It's a European-style quiver of arrows, with steel bolts inside.
Oh, do you suppose...
Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds.
In other words...
Yep. That's more evidence to support your theory. This all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Belongs to Enoch Drebber. Well, that's good for us. Little plane. What on earth is this?
An aeroplane, Mr. Naruto. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies.
Is that how the trick will be described, is it?
Sorry?
Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it?
Oh, well, small is yes, but a real airplane would just fly high in the sky.
While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported.
So the solution is ever taller towers?
Why not? Nothing else? Alright. Well, of course there's something else, but this door doesn't want to open.
Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith on his way over here from the yard, so hands off until he gets here. With permission, Inspector.
I could have that lock open in less than a minute.
Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you. Gregson looks as though he really enjoyed that. He had his eye... I didn't even notice the eyebrow thing. Whatever.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side.
No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Spoke too soon.
Oh.
Is something wrong, Mrs. Sato?
Well, I thought I heard a noise. From the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it all. What do you reckon, Toby?
You wait. Right, mind the grease. What's in there? Open up. This is Scalding Yard. What the heck?
Oh my. Someone is in there.
Ugh, this rotten bleeding lock.
My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago.
If only it were countenance, I could unlock that door in less than a minute.
Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. What? Okay. There, you may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time's of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. What? What's happening here? Is everything upside down? It is. Everything that's up bolted to the ground is upside down, it looks like. Or at least I think that's how it is. No, wait. No, there's... What is going on here? Why is everything upside down?
Ross, there ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises.
Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away.
But there's only one door into this room.
And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. What's that up there? Are they footprints? On the ceiling?
Blow me, what do we have? What have we here then?
Is everyone gonna refute? Looks like someone's trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
To what?
Oh, to Professor Hairbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd be no need for the muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal.
There's something of great interest here, too. The bomb? Oh, rope. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. What? You see, but do you not observe, Mr. Naruhodo?
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too.
Can we please talk about the bomb? Mr. Sholmes, have you found some? Ah, Mr. Naruto. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. We are all about to die. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in large... Mr. Sato, what's the matter?
That's surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What? What did you say?
A time bomb.
Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment.
Huh. You don't know nothing, do you, Odo?
You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gia? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. If we're still alive, that is. This particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance.
Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it?
I see, so that's it.
Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen the heart of the matter?
Oh, here we go again. There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself.
Oh, but how could you...
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine. What?
Please, Mr. Sholmes,
You must explain everything. I thought you just... What? It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. He's eating his mustache. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway.
You deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato.
Oh, yes. I'd be glad to.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Here we go. The great deduction. The game is afoot. The first one is, how is everything in this room upside down? Trevor threw everything upside down. It's plain to see that the room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that...
Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. Where am I going with this? For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device almost identical to the one featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact.
Then why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically, and the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here is turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further than to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Okay, chums, this is the most interesting one yet, isn't it? Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylights. Of course, Mr. Drebber's aim was singular to escape. However, there's but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving the footprints behind on the way.
But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end of the wall into the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Mr. Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun.
This one's gonna be fun to correct. Shums, how did we get here?
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Oh boy.
You're getting a lot of very different reactions, Shums. She's completely spellbound.
Mr. Shums, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life.
The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean.
I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
But your whole deduction hinges on it.
Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more endearing pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yeah, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. R let me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, the spell's broken at last.
The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find, do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coil of ropes.
I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yeah, you're right. And we must do it quickly, before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let's resume. Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. My turn. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright. This is gonna be fun. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that...
Indeed. Oh. How did I not notice this before? There's a safe code here. Huh. Indeed. The key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. Well, for the gravity in the room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The inverted furniture clicked.
To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
I'm gonna save. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Miss Sato.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
Well, refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Ah, there we go. Ah, look, Mr. Sato. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously the right way up. Have you noticed?
Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet.
Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak, that's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth here.
I certainly didn't say that.
Take that! What? Ah!
Unlike every other piece of furniture in this room, this safe is not upside down, so a reversal of gravity can't be the reason for the state of the room. It's not Hodo, I implore you to observe more closely. As you can see, the safe's key is firmly bolted to the floor, saving it from any effects of gravity. You dunce! Oh! Well, well. I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here. That's for sure.
Ah, look at that.
I know. That slender little vase looks like it's about to topple over at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think the fragility of life, wouldn't you say?
To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Shelms. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, as much as it pains me,
The gravity in this room was never inverted at all.
my deepest sympathies for your loss.
Oh, poor Mr. Shelms.
But the show must go on, so let's continue with our deductions. Now that we know that this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say! Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite. And naturally, there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he?
I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason.
I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. I think I have an idea what it is, because I saw a little earlier. Look, there's something written on the other side of this armchair.
Oh yes, safe. 432582.
Safe? As in safe and secure?
As in secure lockable box, I think.
Admittedly more likely.
Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes.
So you mean this number would let us open it?
I wonder why it's written in here, though.
Take that!
A safe combination. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruto, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yeah, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book, just in case. That's it, for people who are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they've noted things down.
Not if you always note things down in the same place.
I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room... Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I proved my point now. Wait... Which is that a very similar scenario is clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself acquiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room had needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the inner side of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state of which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drubbett overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. To find the safe combination, so that's the first thing. Now, where is the engineer? Actually, that's a foolish question. It's kind of obvious where he should be now. Now, let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain this actions is above our heads. Yes?
Yes, how is it possible there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight.
Well, if a change in direction of gravity can't explain it, then how'd those footprints get there?
Yeah, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all.
Well,
Life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed.
it was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Oh, what the... Shoe! It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there. Look.
Oh yes, there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became launched, do you think?
If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing up shoes up at the ceiling, though?
Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
Shoe! The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
But for what purpose?
The green balloon? That seems somewhat familiar, Data. Oh. Is it a recreation?
It was a piece of the green balloon's envelope that was Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene.
And inside the green balloon, that Master God claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second Burge cage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis depiction.
You mean to say...
If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility that something may be concealed inside of it. Something Abscondo was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely, the shoe. Most notably, Mr. Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted by the shoe itself becoming a prisoner of these lofty heights.
Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. The rope. To reach the intended destination, what? Mr. Shums has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, you already have one, of course, don't we? Of course we do.
Take that!
Let's recreate it. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
As found at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Mr. Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Oh, there it is. What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means.
Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh, goodness.
I see you've joined the dots, Mrs. Sato. Excellent. Of course! A headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you now have surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yeah.
But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, Sante, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber.
This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction are... They're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect?
You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be in here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made thus together during this deduction, Enoch Drebber's right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruto, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... It has to be the safe.
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was, in fact, searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Well, in that case, he can't run, so we've got him. Elementary. Alright, Drebber. Get out of here. So, Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. Combination was 1...
4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2.
I knew that! Alright then, here goes. Hello, whoa, nice hand. You found me. Oh. Very interesting. Right then, sir. Missing out Trevor, I presume.
Correct.
You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built.
And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tusble's as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate?
Your parcel?
These old cyborg, yeah. I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Were you gonna blow yourself up, sir? Ha ha ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then.
No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare.
That's too close for comfort. I got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed?
Mr. Sholmes' actions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
Whew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Hi there, sir. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems.
Yeah, well, we'll give it a thorough going over. Don't what you worry, Trevor.
What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling?
Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine fiddle today. Yeah, I'm about to say, you about let the killer get away, Sholmes. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for this safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I'd hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly, the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking? Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. What about your time bomb, boy?
God, Death Wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb.
Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't even leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. Once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers. In any case, I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up?
No, that was unforeseen.
What do you mean?
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet.
Ah,
I calculated the time required for a retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works.
why are you looking at me like that?
Hi, is something wrong, Gregson?
Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? Actually, I don't know if I should say usual eyes, because sometimes they seem to disappear. I think we have a fairly good idea what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to.
That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I am unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection, after all.
Oh, hi!
What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate it here.
Yes, well... Dr. Scythe again, so the forensic investigation team are here.
And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer to access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew this, you'd be finished.
What? You lot, leave at once.
My dear madam, there's no need for such threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes.
Oh, so you know Scythe. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe.
If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruto?
Yeah?
It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But, Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
What's going on here? Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we never found this place, and the whole workshop would have blown to bits. There was this time bomb in here that this lot solved.
Inspector.
Someone giving you a chocolate, eh, Trevor?
Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. What are you... That one? You mean... Oh, you're kidding me. Those guys need to run. Uh-oh. Well... Isn't that tampering with evidence? It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Can't this guy just now be tried for tampering with evidence now? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Let's continue. Good morning to you, Mr. Arhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I just feel bad for Albert. Like, everything he's known and loved doing is now falling apart. The invention and that he hoped would change everything is now exploded. He's on trial for murder. This guy, I just feel bad for this guy.
I hope so. I should be, even I, with nothing left to...
Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Shums, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today.
Yes. Do you try your hardest to enter the witness stand uninvited again? Not to enter.
Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but
My dear fellows, I must interject. Why did you ignore me? Oh. You're still here, Mr. Shums. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective, the world of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. I always had to employ a full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked me both cheeks, punched me and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my. Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes at the infinite possibilities of blending tea.
I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Hi. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. I feel like I've seen you a whole lot more joining us here in the defense antechamber. Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me. Are you going to take that insult line down, Professor?
What? I don't know.
Or Professor. Anyway, it's paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You won't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's a professor's autopsy report.
Huh? That mass murders?
Why is this relevant? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? This doesn't seem relevant. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all here. It's all in here. That's weird. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Condemned prisoner. Redacted for confidentiality, pseudonym professor, death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Courtney Stevens. Courtney Stevens was... That's not... Courtney Scythe. Strange. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Well, then, Professor Harebrained, this is it. Today, we're going to lay all this to rest at last.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber.
Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon as a witness.
I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel, and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alrighty. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. Strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Well. Oh yeah, you have your judicial assistant now. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrained, who, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels of the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Okay. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. I'm only here to open in bottles. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the looks of it. I'm just here to open bottles.
The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else.
But he's still suffering from amnesia. So there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but... oh, it's so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good. Very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today? Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Anything short to reveal the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and, sell on one as it isn't.
As like this in my day, as like this in all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there's a report I must read to the court. Thank you. Yesterday at the Grey Exhibition grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case,
The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. What? Explosion? This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion.
Aha!
It shows what little remains of the machine.
So what I'm gathering so far, looking at everything, it seems as though, the real body, like the actual the real Osmond's body or whatever, Odie Asmond's body. Is that his name? Odie Asmond? I gotta not remember his name. Okay, it is Odie Asmond. I completely forgot, sorry. I think the real body seems to have fallen in here. And the professor... Oh, whoops.
Oh yes, a terrible business.
And I think the wax statue had to have been the fake that was over at the... what is it? It had to have been the fake that was over at the Crystal Tower. I couldn't think of the word. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber.
The courts will take this print as evidence, counsel.
Photographic print of the experimentation stage after it was completely leveled by a time bomb. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion.
Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation Act of Scientific Equipment, whatever that stupid law is that I can't say, it was revoked, whatever. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial.
Huh? What do you mean this is going to become a different trial?
As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself that was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmond died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asmond. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant.
Thank you, counsel. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand.
Really now? We're starting with this guy.
State your name and occupation for the court.
Oh. It just died for a split second. It just completely died for a split second for some reason. Oh, it might be dying again. I don't know why it's doing this.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say.
See that black monocle? Yeah, well, I've seen it somewhere before. Oh, you do? That may be. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind.
You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Grey Exhibition some days ago. Also, I'm sure you're aware of the lag. Why is this happening? Why?
Stream's about to die. No! Come on! Come on! No! It's gonna go! It keeps almost dropping to 0. No. It gets so close. Come on. Come on. This is annoying. I can't continue if this is gonna be that bad, but it should... Oh, wait. Wait. Maybe? Maybe? I don't know at this point. Strange. Let me see if I can just give it a minute and then see if that minute will at least allow it to stabilize or whatever. Because I don't want to... I want to try and skip, obviously. Again, though, I don't know what causes this problem. Ah, there it goes. Come on. Shoot. Alright. Never mind. I'm so sorry about this. I don't know what causes this. Alright.
You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Grey Exhibition some days ago. The accused's super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it.
There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? Thank you. It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed the in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
Then the court would like to be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality.
What? Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
Bull! But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
If you've established nothing of the sort.
All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been reproduced by means of staged trickery.
The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more.
But...
We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of demonstration at the Grey Exhibition.
Understood.
Alright, let's hear it, Drebber.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asmund's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crashed headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed, somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines?
Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asmund has no twin sibling. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber.
Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field.
Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talents in science here.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If my hypothesis is sound, it could always be forged into physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
an unfortunate accident? Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science.
Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Alright, this one's gonna be tricky.
Hold it!
Let's hear it. So, you were already acquainted with Mr. Asmund himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was of no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take out my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asmund approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other.
Hold it!
It's no trick. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there?
It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. Did the victim have a twin?
Hold it!
I have a feeling I know what I want to present, but... Of course, that's it! Mr. Asman has a twin!
Objection.
Yeah, please.
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman has no twins.
No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me.
The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
Thank you. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Miss Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Someone who looks identical to the victim? I'm gonna try it.
Objection!
Dang it. Your Honor, forget everything.
Hold it!
It crashed headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on that day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique adventures was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of the machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting headfirst into the... whatever. What a surprise! I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yeah, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height.
Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken,
It's obvious that he fell from the considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inventing manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point.
Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruto.
The point is, the experiment results in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound.
Yes, and really experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself.
What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another.
But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than a genuine science, we have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with that. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? It all shows a fraud, how would ever... Would he have had a twin? Trying to think here. Let me press this statement one more time real quick. This is what he looks like. Let me get out of this real quick. I want to try something. Thank you. I have a slightish idea. Did the victim have a twin? This is probably a bad idea, but
Objection!
dang it. Could he have had a twin? Or a body double of some sort? All spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and crash headfirst into Crystal Tower. Did the victim have a twin? This lock's very strong, doesn't it? Definitely remove it. Terrible way. Make me livid, please. Think about it. Itch. Right, sorry. Not that. Shoot. Constructed to pursue. What does it say if I do this? There's no trick. No trick. If that's the case, then wouldn't this seem weird?
Objection!
What?
The fence is a bit confused. Only we had those blueprints. Shoot, what is... I see. Let me reread these. Maybe something pops out. Head first. Oh! Wait a minute, wait, go back, go back. Skip. Crash head first. Alright.
Objection!
It didn't. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. And as you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage to be expected, surely.
I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying?
That's the opposite where they should be.
That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery.
Good gracious! Explain yourself, witness.
Well...
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witnesses report claim it fell head first.
The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level.
It's approximately 18 meters.
It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection! He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would have been unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Trevor should have a head injury? I don't think so. I don't think he was involved. At least I don't think. Though, to be even more rigorous, you would have to say that it was only one vertebrae, actually. What? He wasn't quite for long. I find it hard to believe to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? Dribber wasn't it? Yeah, I don't think Dribber was in it. I feel like that's the undertone here. Yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. I nearly had him there. What? The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. So that's it. That's what's bothering me. That's what I thought. Let me just see something real quick.
Objection!
This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down to the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location in which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet.
No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
We will indicate the place to which you are referring in the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly dropped. The rope was at 30 feet.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
It turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was of the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. There you go. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and, if we assume there's a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection! My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design.
Someone was responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that fell on the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated. Immediately. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine. Which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, the machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection! Thank you. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly.
Can't say find some blueprints for it. We did find them with Drebber. They were half burnt though, so they're not exactly reliable. What?
The argument fails to hold water on two counts.
Two?
Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness was nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to it. And I believe members of the Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
Motive? Do I have to think of everything myself?
Thank you. I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the government grant or other income.
30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted into that clause. What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold his rights on condition that both contracting parties are alive.
Hold on. Doesn't that just sound super fishy? Like, that feels deliberate. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Miss Aspen's death. The diametric opposite, in fact.
Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
I need to look at this immediately. It's true. The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contacting parties are alive. Oh, Asman. This feels deliberate. Is getting paid for someone else to do it? I don't know. I gotta look at all the evidence, because I feel like it's... I don't think they've ever shown signatures before. That feels deliberate. I need to look at everything. Anything catch my eye of being weird with that? Newspaper? No? Piece of scrap? Nope. Crossbow? I have to unhook it. Wait. I just feel like it's deliberate that they would put the address there. Or the signature. Why did I say address? Huh. Well, I doubt it's gonna be out of class. Shoot. I don't think there's anything that has that signature. But it feels so deliberate. It's true, if Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion, but there are undeniable truths, too.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
You're not escaping this that easily. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point.
The strange demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. The explosive. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting...
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection! An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Not that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know if Drebber had an accomplice or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice? Or not? He had to have. Because I don't know. Something just feels weird about this. It's just... There's no way he could have done all this by himself, because there's too much going on. Like, he would have to, like, dodge people's gaze and then move giant things on his own. He had to have somebody, but I don't know who. I don't have a person I can name. Or maybe I do. I don't know. Name? The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. I think I remember now. Counsel? Yes, my lord. You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? The only person I can think is you.
Take that!
Is it? Maybe? The name of the person in question is...
What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure I'll be alright, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. It's the only thing that makes sense, because it's just weird. Why would everything... It's just... I don't know. With the amount of stuff that had to have been moved and stuff, it'd have to be someone with a lot of, like, power in order to do all that. Not to mention all the weird stuff happening with the reports and all that. There's also the fact that there's Courtney Scythe of our current case, and Courtney's... Wait, this ain't it right. And Courtney Stevens.
You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now.
Here goes nothing. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe?
The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim.
We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Uh-oh.
You got no lad! Stand it up there! Stand your name to the mud!
I didn't mean to...
I know the woman very well. There's never been a dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night.
What?
But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
A grave problem? Oh my word.
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What?
Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental death of anyone, even remotely resembling the victim, have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman.
That's true. My argument is that there were two bird cages, then there must have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet. Have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? I think I get it. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence. I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
You! We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Yes, counsel. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double in the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruto. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself. And come out with it.
Thank you, Mrs. Sato. I need that.
As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable it may seem, how'd this get here? That thing there. How did this get here? And when did this get here? When did we get this?
Objection!
Aye.
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nibonese friend.
Aye.
Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. What? A model, in fact, of an infamous London murder from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks?
Yes! That's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In
In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. Aha. Wow. Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then, the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage, as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal?
Oh, I was thinking we didn't have one of these yet.
That the witness fabricated this vast machine, and with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist, that he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on the public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
I knew that was coming. Sort of. Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. Oh, crap.
I do speak if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Great.
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will say your leanings for the court here.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Guilty!
I'm gonna smack him with my corn. Never mind. Well, here goes.
Alright. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was gonna happen.
We shall get through this, Mr. Naruto, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord.
Isn't that one a child? Yeah. Yeah, I don't really have any more elaborate response to that. It's just a child.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds which each of you is to decide the defendant is guilty of the crime which he is charged.
I want to come up with a more interesting answer for why the child's here, but I really can't.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplished anything.
It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Use someone without right evidence. It's not a problem job, is it? I won't have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double.
Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling that it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why? Nothing else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. There's one statement in particular I want to press immediately. Because I have something that can prove. I want your words, sir. But first I'm going to save.
Hold it!
But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did. There's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you. Given that this cage appeared from an instant explosion, there's been no need to use a real person. If the waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. Perhaps that means my...
Yeah. Oh yes, abso-freaking-lutely I can. There are two pieces of evidence to suggest this. Well, technically you only need one, but I have evidence, absolutely. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I was literally gonna say, what are you wearing, sir? Whatever, I have some evidence that proves it. Namely,
Take that!
this.
What's that? A piece of glass? That's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
A crystal Holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated? Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has now been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I trust men in white coats as a rule. However, whether the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say the color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now.
Oh, what?
Hold it!
Ah, shoot. Thank you for reconsider. I just want to skip this real quick. Alright.
Objection!
What? Those two statements... What?
Objection!
There you go. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You've pointed out that it's wrong to make accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to juror sitting next to you.
Oh, is that right?
would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much beside Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now this was an assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed by some solid evidence. It would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further.
Sweet. 3 more.
Well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brains gentleman says he's right, he must be right. See, I'm not drinking going to this Colonel Cobb. Anyone just got stuff in his ear.
2 down. 2 to go. Your logic's kind of... Why are we letting children success, if you can call it that? Okay. Now I know the other thing I want to deal with. I want to go back to you, juror number 6.
Hold it!
First of all, you're skipping in turn. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a gobber, lad. And a gobber discretion to bend the rule sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working on yard for 40 odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a bunch of rolling in late service in town for 70 years, you know. Gosh, times change. Republican trust companies back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime. We had to fight win public trust well. When we did. Regicide was in infancy too, even more than it is now. Shakespearean Revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now, she was. When I was still the youngest mob he ever beat. That's when he started making a name for himself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her. Head of a forensics investigation team. And a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamed of back then, I'll tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
Yeah, well, we were all out for justice, lad. Full of them, we were.
That's coming across loud and clear. And terrified. Actually, let me try you.
Hold it!
What's their problems? That's to say, when we run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audience. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to... Could you stop twirling your gun?
Excuse me!
You're gonna hurt the child next to you. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Hey, you gonna mess me?
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You got me locked up, Sonny.
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, he wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone there in the public trust, we did. And my job, we did it. People respected us back then.
Respected by you?
No one would call the coroner in question these days. Coroners have always the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put a name to it. She was the best of the best in the apple of the fortune.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Yeah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name.
Her maiden name? So that was before she was married.
Yeah, she's telling me. It's nice now, ain't it?
Stevens? I'm sure I've heard that name somewhere recently. Is there?
Never Honest. A great day, Gleason. Not enough.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes. I'll see what I...
I need to hold on.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she?
I say! That woman is still the best corner in the land. And I had on a forensic investigation tape.
Legendary was your description, sir, not mine.
Promise, I will never pass my lips. I'd never describe anyone that way, ever. Now she was still in the game.
I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Scythe is an extremely talented corner. Would that be fair?
It would. Over the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that legendary. Wait a minute.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship to the woman, does he?
True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they somehow have some mutual interest in waxwork.
Romantic?
As a woman of society such myself, views are everything in terms of relationship, you know.
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this corner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor there.
This woman may be more astute than I've been given her credit for.
If that's the woman's stance, perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
I agree. Hold on. In that case, can I just present it? Or, not present. There is a very clear connection. You. You.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. Two statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me! What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light that the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Oh my goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, this court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there's substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murder known as the Professor.
Take that!
I have here a CERN autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor? But that man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives a few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
Strike a lie!
It appears the professor's autopsy report was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. A few days ago, Mr. Drebber was very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is almost extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
One more.
Quite right. We gotta let this trial come to an end now. How about this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best corner? If I didn't like this every day, we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Thank you, sir. Alright. Thank you, Counsel. That will do. That will do. Now, as a result of summation examination, the jury's overall leading has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, and against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Another wonderful victory.
The waxwork of the despicable professor used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony.
If the goal is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madame Tuspels.
I really thought that Lord Van Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yeah?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
Ah. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon a new witness and prepare for taking the stand.
Madame Tuspels, yes.
Alright, I think I'm going to go ahead and end it for today, as well as the fact the internet is probably going to want me to end it for today. Anyways, so I'm ending it for today. But yeah, hopefully I'll continue it tomorrow or some other time, but yeah. Thank you for watching, hope you enjoy, and see you later. Bye.